Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hello, malicious McPie. Hi, Jameson. And hi, are you? Uh, okay. But you're licking microwave. I don't think that's safe. Hello. Hope you're doing good. And hope we are having a nice weekend. I feel so blurred, but I feel like that's me every day at this point. I'm not even gonna deny it any longer. I feel like it's just me every day. Just me being blurred all the time, right? I don't know, it's just kinda how I feel, right? Brain doesn't work most of the time. Something like that. I don't know. But then it is a little bit draining for me this morning because I had to watch over the nephew this morning. And if you guys know, is that I don't really like kids. Right? Which is the sole reason why, I mean, I just don't like kids. so I had to look after the nephew this morning because my sister decided to go out without notice. So it's a little bit of a weird thing, but it's okay, I guess. It can be a little bit draining, like me looking after the nephew, which I don't. But it is what it is. It's okay, right? Because now I'm here, then I can play more Valheim, and I know I love Valheim because last night I actually didn't want to stop. So if I don't stop, I have to stream for 12 hours. Oh no! So there we go. I get more time for myself to play Valheim today. All right. I don't know how big the game is gonna be, but since I'm only at Zone 3, and I'm only at Swamp, and according to some people, there are many zones still, so it's a tad bit concerning. But then again, I'm excited to look at more of the game though, so yeah. So last night, before I end the stream, I found iron. I found scrap iron. So that means I can upgrade my entire thing currently, right? And because I have teleportation, right? And I enable portals to teleport between. I enable portals to teleport minerals, so it's a lot easier for me, right? And I know the game is intended to play like there are multiple bases, right? You need to build multiple bases so that you can use the current area, right, for their resources and stuff, right? Something like that. But me as a hoarder, I just like to hoard things, so right? Bite me, so something like that, right? I like to have like a huge base or base of operation, or just like one base without needing to manage too many bases, right? Something about managing multiple bases just seems kind of painful to me, and I don't really like that. So yeah, but it's all good, right? With the portal stuff, I actually can just have one base and everything should be hunky-dory a-okay, right? So another thing, I installed two mods, right? I installed two mods. One mod is extra slots for equipment and 3 quick slots for consumables, right? So that's my understanding of the mod. And another mod is pulling items from containers when I'm trying to craft things. Right, let's say I want to craft something, I don't need to bring it to my inventory. The mod will actually pull information from my container to what I need, to the crafting station, to the smelter, or anything like that. So I can just actually put everything anywhere, but when I want to craft things, it's there. So that's good, right? That's really good. 2 quality of life changes, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have more fun with Valheim. I'm pretty sure, right? Things are gonna get a lot more easier for me, but I don't want it to be way too easy though, right? So I forgot to connect this one. There we go. Cannot believe it, I didn't even do it. I didn't even connect Fireball. 10 minutes in, I cannot believe it. Wow. Anyway, let's open up Valheim real quick. Oh, my PC was lagging. There we go. I don't know why I mean, I restarted my PC a little bit this morning, because when I opened up my PC this morning, it was like weirdly laggy, janky. So I gave it a restart again, right? Don't know how that's gonna work. But then it does feel slightly better than when I first opened up my PC this morning, so maybe it could. Maybe it could. I don't know. I don't know. What I know is that I want to play more Valheim. I want Valheim. Valheim good. Valheim. Oh, is it open? Why are you opening on the background? Why are you opening the background? This one? I'm scared. Am I that old? Do I sound that old? I'm gonna cry. Hi, Zeus. Alright, let's hope nothing breaks. I mean, gonna get it at some point. Yeah, I believe that. Keep trying. I believe in Zeus. Someday you're gonna get it. I feel stronger. Why would you say that? Oh, I said. Oh, it said that because I can have more things now. So yeah, see, I have the things now. Utility, chest, shoulder, head, legs. Oh, it doesn't have. Okay, so you still need 1 for accessory, but they don't have that. So it's okay, right? From 6 to 1 is pretty good, right? So let's say we can put food here, I'm pretty sure. There, so why is it ZVB? What's X and C? Oh! Oh, that's X. What's C? Walk on? I can walk with my janky legs. Has it always been that way? You have a flashlight? What'd you buy in this world? It's a helmet. Wait. Oh, it's not I. Wait, I'm not playing. It's this thing. I bought it from the merchant. The merchant gave me this thing. Portable perpetual light source for the Dungeon Explorer. Yeah. So yeah, see, it pulls from the container now. Whenever I want to craft things. Like that. Nearby containers though. Oh yeah, I pressed F. Wow, I'm stupid. One year since we arrived. Scowl? Oh, it's a weapon. Harry bonus period. You need bronze for this? What? There we go. Did I make an iron? I need to make an iron X, right? Did I? No, okay. And strong woodcutter's friend. Oh, you have higher durability? But I'm pretty sure this one can cut more things. Oh, like that one uncuttable tree? Maybe I can cut it now? Yeah, let's make this one. Iron X. Let's upgrade this one. Iron X, I need more iron and 1 leather scraps. Need more serpent scale and fine wood for the serpent scale shield. I feel pretty strong already, actually. I'm done playing with you. I'm gonna throw this away. Bye. So some quality of life changes, I really love it. I don't need to like remember when I put my things. Game which is the mod which is like hold it on, so let me throw this away as well. No flint, no wood? I think my flint is here. So this one's too far, understandable. I don't know if flint head arrow is good. I mean, it's better, but I don't know if... I feel like fire arrow is not really working in a swamp. Why is there no wood? There we go. So I can't do this then, right? Left shift E. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay, 7 iron. So if I can left shift E this one as well? Holy shit. Right, how efficient is this? The new axe to cut this tree. Feels the samey? Wait, does it not auto pick up things anymore? Whoa. There should be F1 settings actually, yeah. See, I tried to... Oh, this is another mod as well. Stun regrow, smart inventory slot. Oh, I can sort inventory? Okay. Graphic config plus? Yo. Whoa. Whoa. I didn't know I have so many settings. But no, I'm here to look for anything that... What? Anything that causes... Don't drop equipment on there. Yes. Don't drop quick sign on that. Yes. Requirement pickup. Yes. No, actually. Logging? Oh, what's happening? Enable equipment slots. Anchor, slot position. It's not here. Display people info, craft and containers. Is it you? Full by distance, disable, enable. Weird. Nothing says about not picking up things, though. Is it like an in-game setting? A text toward look direction. If all text will instead be made in the direction the camera is facing. Oh. Oh, V toggle auto pickup. Well, that's weird. Oh, that's why it doesn't auto pick up anymore. So I pressed it once. J. Okay. Because my hotkeys are Z, V, and B. There we go. Okay, that was weird. But all good, all good. Nothing bad happened. Let's cut the tree. Cut the tree. Why is it sometimes it cuts for like 10, 20, but sometimes it cuts for like 30, 30 plus? Wait. That is one tough tree. Oh my god, we're cutting one tree, it's already like... Oh, the durability is really bad, wow. It's okay, I'm just gonna use this to cut some good trees and stuff. Where's my wood in general again? Oh, my wood in general is outside, I forgot. There we go. We still have some meat. Not much, but it's there. Oh. I actually don't know if Mace is helping me here. Maybe Mace is? I want to pick up that knife. I want to try on knife again. Oh wait. Why did I throw away coal? Did I have too much coal? And Tistle? Yeah, I have too much troll hide. Entrails is useless. I don't know what entrail is for. Pick up the coal. Oh yeah, it's a tasty meat. I don't know what I need that for, actually. Oh, did I not throw away my knife? Question mark? I thought I did throw away my knife. Don't make a horde pile like this, okay? Don't be like this dumb kobold right here. I mean, no big deal. Okay, so in swamp we're gonna need a little bit of stone, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, I'm trying to explore the place now, right? I'm trying to explore. I found a cave, right? And inside the mud pile gives scrap iron, I'm pretty sure. Like, correct me if I'm wrong here since I'm not for sure. Increase stamina regeneration. I already made this thing, right? Bronze pendant. No, I didn't. I use heart of the something. Scrap iron is iron ore. How did I get scrap iron then last night? Weird. It's okay. Let's go back to the swamp stinky cave real quick. We're going south again. I did get it. Okay. Food-wise is not that good though. I need deer meat. I need raspberry. Okay, no. Change of plan. We're going to explore meadows a little bit, find some deer to kill, and then gonna find some raspberries as well. Is this the mountains? I think it is. That's a pushback on every hit. Wait. One. I made this one, so it's panels. Another one. This one needs iron. Any new cooking thing? Food preparation table. 5 iron, 5 wood, let us grab some more. Is that it? Iron cooking station. I need chain for that. Let's try making this one. Get back. I was like, there has to be a new cooking thing since I have an iron now. You can also get new seeds in the swamp. I'll keep an eye out. Since finewood is here. Need 20. Come on, mouse wheel, work with me here. Come on, mouse wheel, thank you very much. Whoa, is it bugged? Or is it because it's like... Is it because it's not in a good place, that's why? Do I need to have a kind of meat? On me before I can use it properly? Maybe. Let me try. So let's say if I bring a bowl of meat here. So can you prepare something? Do I drag you in? Craft? No? How about all the meat possible? Need different kind of building. It's kind of weird. I can see why it's kind of weird. Well, don't know what it's about, but it's there. Mincemeat sauce. Oh, this one's not that good. But I couldn't make deer stew anymore. I only have 5 more. At least I can fill myself up with carrot soup and boar jerky for now. It's better than nothing. So 2 boar jerky. Let's make 5 carrot soup. Some soup. Okay, so 15. Wait, 5 mushrooms. I think I need to stock on meat and stuff as well. Did I put my honey outside? One extra. And I need to refill on mead. Actually, I don't mind getting EP. Yeah, let's get some EP. And then we're gonna... What do you mean? There we go. I need my heated floorboard to sleep. 100 ghosts crowding thickly around your bedside, seeking warmth and life until something thumbstick below the ground and they jump like crumbs on the drum skin and are gone. Oh, that's spooky. I'm awake. That is so good. Okay. Let's go find more raspberries and deer. I do need to stock up some boar meat, so... Alright, time to resource hunt a little bit. Need to stock up good on my food. I feel like I much prefer a knife. I hope there's like an iron knife. No eggs? I have eggs. But I need to resource hunt a little bit because I need deer meat. Unless you're saying using eggs to kill animal will give me more and more things, question mark? Many mean that axe is also a weapon. Yeah, true, but it's so slow though. It's swamp tier, yeah. That will also mean that it doubles as a tool, but the durability is gonna get hit hard though. I'll think about it. I'll only use axe when I have no other weapons left. Oh, I hear there. When I was playing in a group, we will only use axe because spending more materials on dedicated weapon was too much. Yeah, that's because there was no resource multiplier. And also you're playing on multiplayers, which means more resources needed, so that's understandable. Is the deer nearby? Am I schizo? I do hear deer, but I never see them. Oh, I see them, okay. Oh, that drop was slow. One ran away, right? I think the maze hitbox is still a little bit janky, but it's not as janky as sword though. So it's fine. No big deal there. Yeah, they give quite a bit of deer meat. Okay, I just need to hunt like a few more and we should be good. I mean, I'm hoping I can find more deer around this open area. If it's like at the open area, it'd be easier, no? You have secondary attack? Whoa. I don't know what that move is, but it's so cool. Eat this. Oh, eat this. Oh. That means that move's cool. The raspberries do be kinda rare, no? I think we need neck meat as well. Alright, here we go. Well, more like neck tail. Got him. So some neck tail, some deer meat. Gonna resource hunt a little bit. Lots of boar meat actually, but actually, well, deer is so much rarer now for some reason. Nexus, oh my god. Thanks for head pick. Also hi Tekken. Hope Nexus is doing good. There's a knife available in your current tier? Good, okay. I do want to make a knife. I don't know if you want to get it. I want to. I think I prefer knife more than much weapons here. Sword, I would prefer sword, but sword is janky on my model, so unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes when that happens, it's a little bit sad, but it is what it is. It's fine. The knife is hard to get. Oh, it's not iron? Oh shit. Well, that's concerning. Oh. You know, should have done that from the start. It's a special material weapon, kind of like bear paws. Could it be abomination? Could it be? Oh my god, that's a hit. Holy, I'm so good! You say it could be abomination. Check out my new shield. What? What? Block force, block armor. You cannot parry? You are kidding! No, what? Why? What does this game have against the coolest looking thing? What? It's a tower shield? Like, the coolest thing sucks the most. What is this? Ugh. It's meant to be slow and tanky. Well, without parrying, how can it be tanky? Imagine no parry. One star Draugr shot and then you're gonna stagger. It's like, oh no! Woe is me, I cannot parry. Okay, I have a lot of deer meat, which is good. A lot of boar meat. So I don't need this actually. But I'm keeping these. Not this though. And not this. Still don't know what neck trophy is used for. Some small amount of raspberry. I'll come across, hopefully I can come across some raspberry and then I'll take it. Imagine being slow and tanky in Valheim. Slow means death, I'm pretty sure. Did I just hear neck? Oh, there is neck. My reaction is so delayed. Oh. That was cool. I didn't mean to jump on top of neck. Ui. Oh. 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 I think that's pretty good enough for neck tail. I mean, one poison resistance meat requires one neck tail. Mince meat sauce requires one neck tail. Doesn't really need that much. But getting a stack would be nice. I'll get one. If I can get another one, that would be nice. Nice. Alright, should be set on deer meat for quite a bit. I hear deer. Oh, is that it? Alright, let's store the boar meat and let's cook the deer meat. Okay, boar meat stored. Might be a little bit too much deer meat, I feel like. Oh no. I can put deer meat here, I guess. Is this sort inventory? Oh! Just throw all the deer meat in the pile? What? No! Oh yeah, don't cook the neck meat. There we go. Okay, I need to cook all the deer meat and we should be good. Deer trophy to the pile. I think I should cook using hotkey just in case the game doesn't pull neck meat and boar meat from the other storage. Just in case, right? Chicken nucky? So, 8. It's gonna take a while, but it should be fine. Nugget. Nugget good. I actually haven't had nugget in such a long time. Like, nugget... Okay, it's funny because McNuggets is so expensive here. I think like 6 pieces of chicken nuggets in McDonald's is like... Chicken nugget a la carte? A la carte? Also only chicken nugget. I think it costs like 16 ringgit? No, not 16, 12 I think, 12. I was awake the whole night, whooping some friends in various time zones, so whoa. So Nexus haven't slept yet? Isn't it like morning 8 a.m. or something for you? Thanks for my pet, oh my god. Oh, it's 7, okay. Oh my goodness, Nexus. So do you cook? Okay. There we go. That's all the deer meat. I should sleep, but I gotta pet Kobo first. I love getting pet by Peckham. Very, very nice. Well, if you do get some sleep after, I hope you have a very nice sleep. Heck yeah. Right, that's all the deer meat. Let's see. I'm putting these here then. So I need 6. And 6 carrots as well. Good luck with this one. Thank you, Nexus. Will try my best. I mean, now that I have strong equipment to go against Swamp, which I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more scrap iron, definitely. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to that stinky Swamp cave. Nice, okay, there There we go. Let's go check the mead. Did I throw the bee here? I mean, that's a good amount of mead. So we have a full stack of this, a full stack of this. That's all we're gonna bring them. Yeah, like that. A lot more inventory space to work with. This is super duper nice. I mean, like here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 inventory slots already like gone. So with this mod it helps so much. It's like hell yeah. More space to hold berries? Exactly. Hell yeah. I don't know if I want to bring fire arrow, to be honest. I mean, wait, no. Fire arrow bad because swamp is constantly raining. Yeah, let's not bring fire arrows there. More coal. You should have been the arrows, but fires are meant to be early game damage that falls off later. I mean, I have, but I don't want to use too much bronze for the arrow. But my bronze. Okay, look, bronze is easier to get now, I guess. Okay, fine. Fine. Oh. Thanks for destroying my house, you fuck. Oh, now you're chasing me. How does that feel, stupid? Let's make 100 bronze arrow. I mean, I haven't used arrows, but when I use it, I want to make it count. Oh. Oh. Sorry. That's a workplace hazard, I guess. Hi, Pet Gamer. The way arrows works, the arrow base damage gets added to your ball damage, then multiplied by your ball skill. The fire damage doesn't get multiplied. I think the fire damage only applies to full charge. Like if you charge a little bit and then you shoot, the fire damage doesn't, like, it doesn't stay, it's actually lower. To my understanding anyway. It refreshes? Ah, I had a feeling. Alright, bronze iron and bronze ahead arrow it is. I better make it count. And bronze is so hard to get. Bronze is going to be less needed now. Now that next metal is here. Yeah, but I'm not getting like a constant amount of iron, so I don't think I want to use iron arrows for now. Since arrows is kind of like I don't use that as often, so I kind of want to like not use that too much. Like arrows is like once I have all the things needed for iron, then I'll do arrows. Like because I already made most of the things in bronze, except for armor, which I don't really care. But yeah. Oh, I got myself. There's 3 kobolds now. Uh-oh. EP bulb? You like the battlefield dreaming eyes turn upwards to the sky veiled by smoke. The calls a warrior grow fainter eyes closed for a second time. Great talent something? Talent? Oh, talent's nice. Wait, I have 6 chains. Should I cook my serpent meat? Actually, no, wait. I have the serpent meat and I have the food preparing table. Maybe the serpent meat needs to be prepared. It's so fucking heavy as well. Hello. Nope, okay. I thought too much then, I'm sorry. I have trouble mining iron at your size. If I have trouble, I'll think of a way. I don't really want to change my size for now. If it's like way too troublesome, then maybe. But if it's like a little bit of like I need to jump around, I need to like build some things to mine the things, I'm still okay with that. But if it's like entirely impossible, then yeah, I may have to change it back then. But looking at Salo's playthrough, Salo has a lot of things, and Salo is almost the same size as I am in the game, so I think should be fine. I hope. Are we ready? I think we are pretty much ready. I don't think. Yeah, I'm just trying to go to the cave and try to get more iron. Here we go. That's the sound of slime, no? Oh, I want to cut down the tree that I cannot cut. You have trouble, but you can? Can I not? There was some tree that says too hard. It's not like outright no numbers coming out. So there could be abomination somewhere. This one? Oh, this one is not a tree. I guess that one is for decoration purposes. Isn't that like... That's another cave? Oh, I made it count. Oh, it would say tree name. Right, of course I forgot about that. So if a thing doesn't have a name, it's not interactable. Got it, got it. You say you can't. How can you if you can't? English is hard, okay. Even though I said I can, but I didn't say I can, but it sounds like... It sounds so similar to I can't, so... Understandable, I guess. Ah. So that's one I've been to. Another one is over there, I think. Ancient tree, ancient tree. I'm just gonna get in. Yeah, I'm just gonna get in. Sunken Creek. There was a tree green stuff on it. Yeah, I thought about that. It's like, oh yeah, I should probably do that then. So that did drop scrap iron. Why are there so many sounds? Oh, fair. Where did it go? A giant bone knotted like old wood. Didn't really say what's needed. I'm not gonna take them for now, since I'm gonna place them in dungeon. Oh, why do I hate this? What is this? Forget about this. Oh. VC bone mass? Bone mass? I found the boss area. Chains? Iron head? Holy, okay. Something under the bone mass, right? Bone mass? It's too heavy. Maybe I shouldn't bring ancient bark, it's way easier to get. Withered bone is kind of heavy. Kind of. I want to bring this home at least. Maybe there's something that I need there. So the muddy scrap pouches have like a bunch of random stuff on there? Okay. Holy, that hurt. I don't like this place, it's so dark. We don't need leather scraps actually. I'm bringing like 5. So I am getting scrap iron, like when I'm mining this muddy scrap pile. Chain is heavy, wow. With the bones, money, scrap piles have iron and chain if I remember correctly. Oh, I was typing something. I know what you did delete, it's okay. I see it. Fine, let's go back then. Level grown is actually so good. Oh. Oh, this one doesn't go up. I guess some is immune to level ground. Right. That was simple enough. Okay. Let's put in all the iron, and then we can go out again and do more things. Shiny cut. There. I have lots of shiny now. I guess I can go find a merchant and sell some of them, and let them give me coin piles so that I can create more coin pile. Would be nice. Would be nice. Just now when that Draugr shot me with its arrow. Actually, the stagger meter didn't add anything to it, so maybe it's really fucking tanky. I just didn't think it would be that tanky. Right. Well, I guess maybe Tower Shield is not bad. Let's use it for now. I'll put this one in. It's Iron Head. I'm using the Bronze Head, so we should be good. Remember to drink the poison resistance meat before we go there again. Is it too far? Oh, wow, that's too far? Alright, off we go to the Swamp Cave again. It's a little bit troublesome, but I'm okay with this, honestly. It's not like I can bring cart over there. The only like viable plan here is to make another base here, which is not what I really like to do. To make a base in a swamp would be very scary, I feel like. Oh, there's the tree with the green stuff on it. I feel like it's too dark. And then I cannot really make a light source. But then again, I already have a light source, so maybe I shouldn't complain too much. So much weighted bone. Holy shit! I can take... Okay. Well, I guess time to go out again. Weighted bone good. I trust you on that, so I'll take a few back. Right, off we go. Is this sound of leech? Why does it sound different? Whoa! Wrong place. Is it wrong place? I like Swamp. Swamp's scary. Hey, Huskerfu. Oh, am I out of coal? Oh. There we go. Nice. I have so much iron now. How many iron? 30 iron? And then I have more. So much more. I can throw the iron in the pile. No, iron is so useful. So what do we want to make first? Iron pickaxe? Or upgrading... I think I should upgrade the axe first. Huntsman bow? Ooh, wait, maybe I should... Huntsman bow? Iron helmet, iron greaves. Ancient bark spear, no. In the pile, no. No. These things are still useful. I don't want to throw them in the pile. The pile is supposed to be the Kobo junkies. I like both. That's so much iron. I'm upgrading bow. Right, to the pile you go. I don't want to play with you no more. Let's go, EP. Look at that. Sleep is a river and dreams are life fish. You wake in the morning with your net empty. That's... Oh, are you saying that I didn't dream or anything? That's a very fancy way of saying it. What, do you think my Kobo brain can handle that? It's too far. More iron. Can I upgrade my bow further? Only 20 iron. I mean, I can wait for it to... What? Any iron mace? Battle axe. I want to use this thing. I want battle axe. Okay, I want to use battle axe. I'm pretty sure with battle axe I can cut trees as well, so yes, I want to make that. There's iron mace, but I'm true with mace. The shield is cool, but it's a battle axe is way too cool. I have to use battle axe. I do need a lot of ancient bark, which we do have a lot in the dungeon anyway. Armor time? No. We good on armor currently. Nice. I can upgrade more? Oh, my forge is level 4. Crazy. Need 30 iron. Whoa. We're out of iron, so it's time to work. I have too much fine wood actually. Let me just cut a normal tree. Wood cutting 30? Hell yeah. Wow. Holy destruction. Give me wood. I was about to say, I feel like that didn't give me as much wood, but I was wrong. I'm gonna be a male version. Well, I'm gonna be a Karen next time they keep doing that. Not a male version. Gonna be a Karen. And they're harassing me? How dare they harassing me? They're running around my space. I don't like it. Let's go get more scrap iron. Why not? Did you just say what? The ground is shaking? Stop. What is this? Okay, okay. Oh, huh? Are you joking? Can I block this? I kinda can, actually. Oh. Oh no, I was attacking. Ow. I was attacking. So are they gonna destroy my house? Did you win? I died 10,000 times over. Great. Oh, just great. Oh, just great in my house. This is great. This is wonderful, actually. I'm pissed. I attack, you attack? What is this? Great. Okay, dodging perfectly gives a little bit more stamina. Gives a little bit of stamina back. I think my house is kind of destroyed. No. Hi, Sola. Everything fine? I guess they didn't hit the inside. Well, that was funny. Who knew they could bring like Rose as a raid? They were nice enough to not bring too much of them though. I'll give them credit where it's due. Everything is fine? Surprisingly, actually. So, blessings, blessings. Right, let's grab more scrap iron. I want to make a battle axe, so yeah, more iron. Gonna bring back a stack of ancient bark as well. Getting slightly used to the swamp now. Slightly. Just a tiny bit. Right, let's get more scrap iron. And make sure to get one stack of ancient bark this time. There, okay. Oh! Oh, how come I didn't see this? Okay, maybe I couldn't bring that much poison arrow. I don't need poison arrow. Oh, that was a fast trip. I thought I didn't. Alright, back we go. It's going to be a lot of back and forth trip. Bear with me here. I don't think I can take a card through a portal, no? I can try. Like, attach myself to a card and then use the portal? Because if I can, that's actually pretty odd. Oh. I didn't hit anything there. I think we should have enough for battle axe now. Just need to wait for the thing. This one. Yeah, I just need more iron. Well, while we wait for iron to do, let's get back to the cave. Oh, wait, bring a cart. Would be funny if the card teleports as well. Please? Oh crap. Whoop. I tried. Or maybe if I make a card there. If I bring a card here, I bring it there, and then I can... Like use the card in the swamp, maybe? Yeah, but ultimately I still need the scrap iron to be in my main base, so... It's okay, no big deal. I'm just gonna keep running, it's all good. I mean, my running skill is pretty fast, so... There's that at least. Less back and forth? Yeah, but... If I make it there... I bring it out? I bring it out? Oh. Wrong place! I can hoping that overall lightning would be a little brighter, but I can't ask for too much. I already have a perpetual light source, I cannot complain much already. There's so many noise. I am getting a little scrap iron from this. Oj, ci makancjasło. Znowu kuja. Crossfire? Does this hurt? Oh. Okay, yeah, blob doesn't hurt. Not surprised. And faster. Okay. Okay, this game sucks ass. Oh, now you come out. Of course you do. It's all good. It's all good. Don't need this, don't need these. I should drink something. Alright. At least that should help, I think. There's a body pile somewhere? Oh, cool beans. That's a lot of scrap iron. Alright, off we go. I'm okay with this. Maybe I should put a card here. Okay, next trip I'm gonna put a card here so that I can keep putting it here. I do need to make a road like properly back to the swamp and back to the base then. Back to the portal. If I want to bring a card. Because if I use a card, walking around like this is kind of dangerous, I would say. This is kind of a road, but some of them... What? Some of them is not too like... Excuse me? Oh, is there a new place? Making it count. Long ages ago, the world of Valheim was home to a race of proud and noble people. They built great towers which touched the clouds and dwelled deep into the earth for precious metals. But their pride was their undoing. They challenged the very gods that went to war against the Aesir and the Vanir, destroying themselves completely. Great Odin leveled their cities, and Loki consumed their mines in fire. Mighty Thor broke down their towers, and Freya sowed their fields with salt tears. Now they are sunk many hundreds of years deep. No songs sing of their stories, and the earth has claimed their cities. But pride cannot be killed entirely, and the warriors who fought in their final battle will not surrender until their bodies are dust, and the dust long gone. They return as Draugr, unholy walkers in ancient armor, creatures of rusted despair. Break them, bury them, and let them know they're dead. Aha, lore? So they were once proud. They were once like strong humans, but they got too strong. And they challenged gods, and now they're dead. We bring 10 wood, 30 wood, and 10... Whoa. Oh. This is so good. I have too many shinies again. Let's sell some of these shinies. And more iron. Oh, it's being weird again. Oh. I think I'm almost out of coal, out of bronze thing. What is it called again? Bronze nails. I can make one. Okay. So bronze nails, I'm gonna bring that after. For now, I want to go sell things to the merchant. So let's go north. I'm here to give you shiny. It sounds sacrilegious, but I have to do it. Oh, coin pile? Thank you. I'm gonna cut more wood then. Coin pile. I think should do an EB. Then we make a card at the start of the dungeon. And while I'm there, I should really bring a lot of stones as well to make roads and stuff. That should be enough for a battle axe. For a battle axe. Yes, sir. One battle axe. Yo. Please be very big. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Let's go cut trees with this. It better be good. It better be very fucking good. a weapon doubles as a tool? That's such a good cutting tool. Like the swungage is so good. Betax is such a swungage. The swungage. Hell yeah. Right, that's a lot of wood. I think I just kinda need to do that for a little bit. Kinda need some wood. But not too much fine wood though, because I have a cart full of fine wood, so... Oh, that's all the scrap iron. To the pile. Oh. Okay, to make a cart, I would need 20 wood, so one workbench is 10 wood. I need to bring like a stack of wood actually, so bring this. A stack of wood so that I can make multiple workbenches, so that I can make more, I can create more workbench and I can use more hole to raise ground. Yes sir! More damage, more durability. God, I love big weapons. So I don't need shield anymore, but I don't want to throw it away because the shield is like my prized possession. So put these here. 2 axes? I mean... Bring 10 of these. And I want to bring a stack of rock. With this, I should be able to make a cart and workbenches. Food's still looking good, so we don't need to really care about that for now. Hi, Dragon Colony. I feel dear to look at the animation. Oh, I'll look at it after. Hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. Wait, let me guess. Could it be the bite the tail one? Oh, it's not. Okay. Void Pet? Oh, it's animated. It doesn't seem to be animated on Discord, but I'll visit the link after. Today was a sad day. Well, hopefully everything gets better after. Alright, Operation Bring Cart to... and to put cat down. Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. Oh no. Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry. I should just make a road straight there. Then level a little bit. Oh, I should have brought resin. Or I could just use campfire as like a sign. No, campfire... Oh, fire doesn't work here. Get absolutely crushed. What can I make as a mark? Because it's constantly raining here. It'll be tough. I mean, I can always make more like buildings. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Oh, the thing, but it's expensive. Can't even find race because Black Friday sale is only like 3 days. Oh, expensive things are like. Oh wait. That's what you get for being that big. Wood is... I would say wood is pretty easy to get here, so that's why I can make that. Unfortunate. Having things to buy but don't have enough funds is always so sad. Feels like I know that feeling all too well. You want a P-Shock? But expensive? What's a P-Shock? Would make a net and catch the rare elusive durable. Well, I'm a rare catch now. Is that control shock device? Really? Wow. With Twitch integration? Oh. I didn't... Well, I didn't know you enjoyed that. No king shame, right? In fact, I might enjoy that too, but I just didn't know such a thing exists. I think someone else used that as well. If I can bait 20 bucks into... Hey, if you enjoy that, would be fun. I don't think I want too much ancient bark for now. Yeah. I don't want to bring too many things here. I should cut like normal logs like these. Alright, more wood gotten. If I need rocks, I can destroy these rocks, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that's one road, so let's keep making it. What the heck? What the heck? Oh. Oh. Good enough. Looks good. Okay. Mainly as a donation incentive, to be honest, with the pie shock. I mean, hey, I respect that. In fact, that make me want to do it too, but I don't know. I don't know. The range of the workbench is kind of small, no? Wood 28? Okay. So I should make another building. Another like him. There we go. I want to make the road as straight as possible, that's why I'm doing this. Is that wrong? It's okay, this works. Well, lucky me. If I this one, it would be 15 USD at the low end. Makes it 50? Oh, oh my god. I'm dragon pepe. Oh my god. Hi, Jockey. Heck yeah. Hope Jockey's doing good. Another workbench. Maybe this is good enough, honestly. Yeah, that's pretty okay. So there's fire there. Let's make one more fire here. Mouse wheel. Thank you. Mouse wheel. Oi. Oh, that works. Okay, Parrot woke me up. He wanted to snuggle, so I'm going back to eat. Oh, okay. And snuggle the bird. And hope you get more EP. And the good EP as well. Why making fire? So that I can know where to go even during nighttime. I would say Operation Success. Let's cut down these trees. I'm gonna get rid of the stump as well. Good night, Brecky. And there we go. That's a road. The battle axe is so cool. There we go. This is perfect. Right, I'm going in with no blocking this time, just a battle axe. Let's take all the withered bones. I've been told withered bones is good. Also, hope Becky's doing good. More trekking. Oh. Well, I hope Becky feels better. And hopefully me being here helps at least a little bit, I hope. That's too tall. Becky's angry at you because you don't sleep. Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna get angry at Zeus as well. Sleep good. What are you doing? I mean, I know what you're doing since you're here, but still. No, that was a misinput from my mouth. Whoa. Aw. Wow, there's a huge mud pile. Coin too much? I guess I'll come back after them. Drink? Oh. I will drink. That feels good. Thank you, Becky. Right. Let's get up. Oh, there we go. The battle axe is so big. It was here, and then huge pile here. I don't know how to make markings. I mean, I guess my ultimate goal is to get as much scrap iron as I can. If one dungeon provides this much scrap iron, holy shit. And these are all from like the muddy scrap pile. It's not even from like the proper ore vein, I'm pretty sure. Maybe there's like a proper deposit somewhere. So 2 dead ends, okay. This is not a dead end. I saw it. Did the game just say I'm dry again? Excuse you, how am I dry here? get battle axed. Hi Evie. Tekken. Hello, hello Evie. Ruby good. I think Ruby is like the most valuable treasure here. Unless there's more different kinds of treasure that I didn't know about. Yeah, hope Evie is doing good. Hey. Why is there wood here? No. More dead end? Oh, this little scrap iron here? Okay. I should grab it and put it into one place. There we go. Easier for me to gather things up. Oh. Okay, let's get up. Put it into the cart, and then we can continue getting more scrap iron. Wonder how big this space is going to be. I also don't like how running in water makes me so slow. It's kind of scary. So that's dead end. Oh, I don't know what item is there, but... So 2 dead ends, and then another dead end here. Okay. Oh, my pickaxe is all... Ooh, they eat so much durability? Crazy. I think maybe it's because I hit... Whenever I mine once, it hits like so many things at once. It just eats through the... Eats through the thing, the durability. Whoa. I need stamina. well, that wasn't too bad. Holy shit, they're just giving out full stacks of iron like that. I mean, hell yeah, not complaining at all. This is good progress, I would say, right? I'm actually getting a shit ton of scrap iron here. It makes Kobo happy, so I can have a lot of iron to work with. Where was the place again? Here, okay. Oh. Right. Okay, fine. Actually, can I cheat? It was graphic config, right? What if I disable fog entirely? What's gonna happen? That didn't really do anything. Okay. Maybe it doesn't work anymore. That might have been from a very old plugin, I think. Since I didn't play this game for quite a bit. Oh. Okay, poison resistance, baby. More weighted bone. Oh. Don't think I need ancient bark. I didn't think this would eat through my pickaxe durability that much. Maybe I don't need the poison arrow, especially not here since everything is just poison. Not much scrap iron this time, it looks like. What? Nothing's here? I mean, a little bit of scrap metal. Better than nothing. One last hit. One more. There we go, we broke. Well, didn't think about that. Let's get back then. I don't think I remember how to get back, actually. Well, this place looks familiar. So it's left... no? It's a level, right? Oh shit. Well, well, well. Nothing here. Okay, we found it. How many sun liu juice? The sun 13, 130 thing. Grab iron. Let's get back. Oh my god, cheesecake! Hello, cheesecake. Oh my god, motakam. Super uber duper ultra cool messy kitty. I could say the same to you too, cheesecake, you know that? I saw a super uber duper ultra cool amazing massively cutie Tekken beam. Heck yeah. Yeah, I know. Kobo knows how to fight back now. Yeah. That's it. Uh-oh. You're getting... Oh. Oh no. I would say oh no, but don't but it's actually oh yes in my book, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm getting squished. Hope you're doing good, cheesecake. Wait. I would say Operation Card Pulling is a big success. Hell yeah. Alright, let's bring the things back. It's gonna be a few trip, but should be fine. Morning, Peter. More Tekken. Man, the quality of life mods are so good. I'm out of coal. How did 41 coal at the ground? You have mini bomb? Do I? Oh yeah, I forgot about the reinforced chest. Oh yes sir! I wanna make one here. Actually, you know what? I wanna make one right in the middle. Oh shit. Oh, only that close? Okay. I am, though I have a small headache. Hope you're doing well. Oh, well, I hope the headache doesn't last for too long. And yeah, the Kobo is doing pretty good. Maybe a tad bit too addicted to Valheim currently, but I'm okay with this. Alright, how big is this? Ooh. Well. I guess that could be like an extra storage then. That's a little fine. Hi. Oh my god, hi Zuri. Hi Weird. Hope Weird is doing good. And also thanks for the 35 stream streak, Evie. Upgrade. Ancient bark. I need more ancient bark. I need more ancient bark actually. Oh, I think it's time to upgrade the house again. You wheel up and around? Nice. guess we can start from the shinies. But it is extremely heavy though, so... yeah. I want to upgrade my mega shiny chest as well. No, you don't need cards. I cannot destroy cards though, so I guess they're there. Oh. Right, let's transfer the shinies real quick. It's gonna take a while, but it should be fine. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're heavier. Toad Factory is so hype, honestly. Oh, it can break like that? Oh, this is pain. I'm stuck. Whoa. I don't know how I managed to do that. Can you? Okay, fine. I'll get it back up there. Oh. What are you doing? I'm getting rid of the card, so that I can make more reinforced chests down there. Tiger! Hello. A tiger arrived with water? Oh, I cannot deconstruct it! I'm pressing mouse 3, it doesn't do it. So I don't know why I cannot. Yeah. Nasa metering. Thank you, Tiger. Also welcome. I'm confused. Oh shit! What am I trying to do now? Ready, if you break it with damage, it drops all materials. Oh, right, I can destroy it, of course. I don't need to deconstruct it, I can just destroy it. Oh my god, I'm actually stupid. Whoa. Here comes a good old battle axe. Wow. That's really hard to deconstruct. I'm not even afraid that... I'm not even afraid that it's like hard to... Like... They will break easily? No. They're gonna break hard. They're gonna be so hard to break. How's stream been so far? Pretty good, pretty good. Making some steady progress, I would say. Game's good as well, right? Having a lot of fun doing some like getting a lot of iron, and now I have battle axe because I love battle axe. And Kobo with big weapon. How does it feel keep chasing me, huh? How does it feel? That's right, that's y'all. Always running around and don't want to hit me. And now I'm returning the favor. Little shits. Alright, to the horde pile. Manganate. I throw the wrong thing. Pain. They're gonna play it. Yeah. 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 Weird. Oh, found it. I forgot I cannot pick it up because I dropped it. here with a bunch of wood. I mean, I wanted to upgrade my storage. I'm going to make one. Okay. Don't know about contents. It's okay. I'm just gonna transfer all the contents in first before I destroy the cards, so it's not gonna be a big problem there. If I put this here, I'm pretty sure I can access. Both of them can be accessed. Or maybe I can up the... craft from container. Container range. Maximum range from which to pull items from. Let's do maybe 20. Not 220. Is it just gonna like change immediately? Let's get more. I feel like after changing my chair to a plastic chair, generic plastic chair, I think my waist is already like it feels very nice. Since my previous chair is already like slanted sideways, and after sitting it for a long period of time, it hurts my like thighs, my waist. It's kind of bad, right? So I went and just buy a generic plastic chair, and it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good, so yeah. Sometimes you don't need a fancy chair, sometimes you just need a generic plastic chair. And that worked wonders, right? Oh no. What? What's with the pushback? Wait, hit me again. What's with the pushback? Holy shit. That's a lot of iron. We have more, so let's get it back. Oh, card good. Yeah, like putting card outside just outside the place is pretty good. And I'm pretty sure I can upgrade my iron pickaxe as well. I will get iron bark here maybe? Let's get some iron bark. next time we come here. And then I can upgrade my battle axe to like my maximum battle axe. Well, I don't want maximum is, but I can upgrade for one more level. Okay. Horde pile. I think it pulls from very far away now. Max quality? Let's go. 5? Okay. Perfect needs 4. 2 iron bark. Let's go get some iron bark real quick. There we go. Nice. Bing. Yeah, let's destroy this card. Let's bring you to somewhere safe. So that I can safely break you. Safely break you is crazy. Okay. It's been nice. I think I can put, yeah, put coal here. Maybe I'll put another chest here for the sake of wood, I guess? I shouldn't have put in the middle like this, because I could have put 2 here. Oh no. It's okay, no big deal. Let's go get some ancient bark. Right. Double hole? Oh, that one is from the horde pile. Get out of here. That's a good amount of ancient bark and wood. And what's this thing? Okay. It's time to make iron pickaxe. Before that though, let's upgrade the battle axe first. Let's see. Oh, just right, okay. Need level 5? Oh. Skull Splitter, a warrior's joy. Well, a kobold's joy as well, if you will. Oh yeah, pickaxe. That's a lot of iron. Look, I still have quite a bit of iron here. My food is not that good as well. Need more. I'll just put stuff here. The punch... The punch holds so much value to me. I'm keeping the punch as well. Alright, let's pull you somewhere safe. Are you away? Are you away? Are you angry? Holy shit, you're just trying to destroy my house or some shit? Need to keep that charcoal kiln working. So is the smelter, so I need to like constantly manage this thing. I would add something that could auto add them, but that one might be a little bit too much for me. Okay, let's see. I can make one reinforced chest here. I'll put mainly food stuff here. Are you spending all your iron on chest and not gear? Yeah, I'll make gear eventually. I'll make gear, definitely. Am I out of feathers? What if I'm out of arrows? Nah, there's no way I'll be out of arrows. There we go. Nice. Last one. That's all the food stuff, right? This one. That looks pretty okay. Alright. And that's all the cards. Well, not all the cards, but most of the cards. Come on now. Don't make me do this. Okay, face the other way. Okay, come on. Oi. Okay. Why are you like this? What's happening? why do you get down? Come on. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, that was so weird. There we go. You're pulling with your head? Exactly, because I have handlebars. You know, I have a curved one. Usually people say that it's a handlebar, which I don't mind, honestly. It could be handlebars. Do you air dry after a shower with them? Air drying my handlebars? Question mark? Maybe I should put my berries and mushrooms here. And thistle. Don't worry about the bone fragment and the feathers. I'll just put random. Do I need ancient seed anymore? Like hang outside to dry? Do I hang myself? Sorry, that sounds wrong. Do I dry myself outside? No. I use a hair blower. I think that works. Oh, that's nice. They won't let me hit them. Alright, that's the card. But I feel like they'll be kind of funny though. Like when a kobold is like trying to dry themselves out, I just like use a clove pin, is that what they're called? And then clip myself in the horn and then hang there and dry. And then someone passes by, I'm just gonna yip at them. This is surprisingly enough like storage space now. Bless iron reinforced chest. Just bracket them like a small dog. I could. Let's make a chest here as well. Are they? Oh. Oh, yeah, there's no roof. Right, of course. That makes sense. Firewood and iron. Oh! Okay, so it's not that far. Okay, understandable. I will need 2 iron, 25 wood. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's the storage done. Why did all the rock break here? Are they actually breaking because of... Oh, it's the golem, right? The troll. Hmm? The portal broke, of course. Okay, which one did it break? South, north. House broke. Is it not house? I mean, it should go to this one. Is it because it broke? So this one is like not tagged anymore? Right is gone too, right? Oh, right is still here, right is still here. So only house is broken. Is it not house? Did I say portal? Oh. Okay, I'm stupid. It did say connected. No, I'm on scrap iron. No. Okay, fine. Let's make iron pickaxe. I'm pretty sure I can make. Pretty sure I can make it now. Nice. Nice. Okay. I'm done playing with you. I am. I mean, as much as I want to cook a serpent meat, right? I've been thinking about that. So serpent meat, I can use this one, iron cooking station. It's so big. Do you need a bonfire for this? Are you sure a campfire can do it? Did it work? Is it actually like that? Well, let's take one. This is so precious, just take one. You just have to be close enough. I know it works for the small ones. Oh, okay. Lit below the cooking station. Below? Hey! Do you use a campfire? You sure? Are you sure you use a campfire? What the heck? What the heck? There we go. Wiki doesn't say if it works with bonfire, but it does say it works with 2 campfires. That's weird, but okay. If you make a stone cutter station, you can make other types of buildings. Stone cutter station? Do I have that? Oh, stone cutter. But I want to make a cooking station for now. Oh, I can upgrade my forge again. Okay, so I need 2 campfires for that. I need to put it in a place where even if it rains, it's not gonna cause too much problem. Let's build it here. I thought stone cutter was a lot sooner. I think so. I just didn't really look at it since I'm not too interested in it, to be honest. Wood iron pole. Oh, coal wood is too far. Some of the hits are so jank, it's so funny. It's okay, the mod is already so amazing. Allows me to do this, is already like good enough. Think of hitting the ground first? Yeah, that's probably why. Same goes for the sword and stuff, right? Maybe I don't need coal wood for this. Oh my god, dark, deep red? It's okay. Let's make 2 campfires here. I need more rock. Oh. What's falling down? It's what? Are they too far apart? Oh, I don't know how much fire you would need. If bonfire cannot use, if this one doesn't... Huh? Guess not. There's a different type of fire. Flamethrower? Is there a flamethrower? Is there like a blue fire? Soul fire? Bad fire? Need to cook some food. Okay, I need lychee 7. That also means wait, I think I could just cook them here. I just need to bring the carrots here. I think you should be able to use it. So the hint is that I have the thing. I just need to find it then. I have to think harder then. Yeah. Maybe I could tell you it's only progression. But I will be rid of that feeling of first finding out the thing, you know? I'll think about it for a little bit longer then. Done. Actually, I can just put the carrots there. What? That's good enough. Oh wow, you're already broken. There we go. Oh, don't know why I did that, but I did that. Okay, I think it's time to go and get more scrap iron. I think the next thing we'll make is more armor. Yeah. Wait, I could make iron nails. Maybe it will tell me something new? Raven throne, long ship, armor stand. More? Is there more? No? Oh, fair enough. Doesn't look like the things that I need, but I do want a throne. Furniture? Whoa. Sunbathing? I'm too small. Oh, yeah. I'm too smelly. This is my sunbathing spot. Is this gonna get... No, okay. It's roofed. It's roofed. Hanging brazier. Standing blue burning iron torch? Green burning iron torch? Oh. Personal chest? It looks so small. Does this improve my... Does this improve my inventory slots? It did say personal chest. Maybe I can bring more items with that? Cage. Am I trying to cage someone? Wow. Need more poison resistance. Yeah, it needs coal. That one knocks in co-op? Oh, so... Oh, okay, okay. So it's like the... Oh, a personal chest. Okay, okay. No one can touch it except for me kind of thing. Tree 2? Yeah, tree 2. Oh, it's storming. Holy storm noises! I love it. I think people can break the floor under it and break it. Well, that's counterintuitive then. Where did I put my wood? Oh, wood's here, so it is further now. Right, let's see. Oh, wow, okay. It changes immediately. Holy shit, that's amazing. What does that mean that I can just... Yeah, I can just cook everything here now. All the things. I did bring the carrots here though, so... I don't know about that. Frost resistance. Protected against the cold. For 600 seconds. Oh, that's 10 minutes. Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, this one... Oh, this one is also 10 minutes. Great Dwarf Eye and honey. I mean, I'm not even afraid of not having honey. Like, if I need honey... if I need honey, let's say, right, so... That's 12. That's another 12. Oh, what do they need more open space now? They worked back then. I mean, I brought this for myself, so... Alright, are we good? Sleeping because it's... Yeah, so... Maybe they don't like balls? Probably. That would make sense. There, I'm just like stacked on honey. Okay. Okay, for real this time, let's... Is it EP time? Actually, I want EP. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go get more scrap iron. I already forgot the layout of the dungeon. Game says good morning. The game is already way more polite. Holy shit. What? Oh. Let's cut some tree. Get some wood, get some charcoal, get some coal. Then we can go. Whoa. Ay 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 ay. Ay 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 ay. Do not get hit. My portal. That's a really bad idea. I guess maybe don't cut wood here. Oh. 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 There we go. There should be a good enough amount of wood to work with for now. I'm stuck. Right, off we go. And get that scrap iron. Okay. I'm just kind of afraid because I know there's this abomination around. Like, I saw it once, they almost killed me. I ran away, they didn't chase me down, so I got lucky. What if they appear again? Already? Were you not shooting at me? Alright, Battle X, let's go. I think the right side is still not finished exploring yet. Okay, I think it's here. Clean, one hit. That's right. And then there's nothing here? Ugh. Ancient bark is pretty easy to get, so it's okay. I'll take the arrows. Maybe if I go somewhere else I can use the arrow. But here in the swamp, definitely not. Okay, I think that's all the place explored on the right side. Let's go straight. Hi Roxas. Did you just piss? When you mean piss, get out of here. I don't like piss. No. More withered bones. Just a full stack of ember casually. Very nice. Chain? Iron head? Whoa. Oh! Wow, one shot. I didn't even see them. Oh, that sucked big time. Right, let's get back there. Don't know. Maybe iron armor could help there? Question mark. Do I still have my iron battle axe? Wait, somehow my battle axe dropped. I guess this is what I get for downloading mods without checking. It could be an equipment and quick slots. Don't drop equipment on death enabled. Don't drop quick slot items on death enabled. Yes. Well, I don't know why they dropped my battle axe, but whatever. Let's just run there. I made a perfectly fine road, and this is perfect. Look at this road, it's so good. If Abomination appears here, this game hates me. Just saying. Oh. There has to be a... Yeah, there has to be a fucking body... Okay, it's here now. I need to destroy that. Go, 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 go. Explains it's a 2-star. I cannot move. I cannot move. I cannot move. If I can see what's happening, that would be nice, but I cannot move. I'm pressing everything on my keyboard. I just cannot move. When stuff like that happens, it just really pisses me off. Like, gosh, what's happening, right? I would love to see what's happening. That would be nice, right? That would be nice if I can see what's happening, but I can't because the game is like, oh, it's dark here. Ugh. Tiny little punching zombies in the shins. Heck yeah. I mean, I had nothing on me, so I had to punch them. And now we have a fucking... Oh, I forgot to eat something. I need to at least have a bit of a stamina there. Great, now we have a 2-star Draugr. Two-star Archer Draugr. Also, hi Nina. Oh wait, I still have my food here. I didn't even realize. Okay. I don't need this mouse wheel. I swear to God. Okay. Okay. Oh, alright, be good. Why do I have 600? I can only take 450, you know? Let's see, it's probably not gonna help much, but why not? Well, I assume it's like if the arrows are way too strong, I cannot parry them at all. It sure feels like it. Right, I tried to parry once with my battle axe. It just didn't happen. Right, let's keep going. No big deal. Oh. Any more shinies here? No? Okay. You know, after listening to all the mushroom, all the Mario Kart music, I have to wonder though. Anyone know what happened with Mario Kart World? I don't hear or see much people playing it anymore. Triple mud pile? Are your durability weaker than bronze pickaxe, really? Are these scrap iron? Yeah. Like, looking at like limited vision thing, it reminds me of the Resident Evil 7 thing again. Right? Very limited vision, I cannot see shit. And then lots of things happening. I don't like it. I don't like it when I cannot see stuff and then I just suddenly die. Like, I would like to know what happened to me when I die. Would be nice, right? Oh. My ears itch. Sometimes that happens, it's kind of weird. I don't think it's normal for ear to get itch. I don't think ears should get itchy. Should I don't know. I feel weird about that. Oh, I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything in this cave. So the yellow mushrooms respawn. Unless I can swim here, but I don't think there's anything here. All plant stuff respawns? Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Let's see, here... not much iron, to be honest, right? Not much loot. I'm going to find another... which is like... I think I saw one somewhere. The dungeon, I mean, right? So let's go find one more. Wasn't there not? Oh yeah, there is. Poison resistance. We should be fine. Red mushrooms and berries. And I think I saw, yeah, red berries do respawn. No? It doesn't show numbers. Weird. I'm pretty sure there are some trees it says that it's too hard. Weird. I could have sworn I saw another dungeon around here. Maybe I'm tweaking? Maybe I actually didn't see a dungeon. Maybe I saw that? Oh yeah, I think I saw this, and I think that's not it. This is not a dungeon. Yeah, this is a lore. I'm still surprised I haven't seen flowers in the swamp. There's supposed to be flowers in the swamp? Right, make it. Chip! Hello, Chip. Smaller Kobo Gremlin with huge axe. Yeah, I love battle axe. Hope Chip is doing good. Welcome. Oh my god. Hi, Breen. Isn't there Black Forest? I think Great Wolves are there. Just woke up from sleeping way too long. Well, still EP good. Also hope Bring is doing good as well. Did someone just throw rock? Oh my god, the Grey Dwarfs, they won it. Holy shit. Go get them. Yeah, throw rocks at Leech. There we go. Don't know how that hits. I'm so confused. How about a little credit? I'm doing pretty okay. Oh my god, you're in the swamp! Holy shit! Wow, swamp! Oh my god, swamp! Yo! Get out of here, don't even try that again. Guess I can still keep going down. Doing okay, could be better. Finding a job is hard this time of year, so I'm running on financial fumes, but hoping I can trend soon. Oh. All the best for you on finding a very suitable job for you to do, right? It's always scary when that happens. Oi! It's okay. That works. That was a jump scare and a half. So when the screen gets blue, I know what's happening. Okay, let's head down. I'm leaving the cart here for now. I feel like I'm still okay for some more exploration. Should be fine. Was I sheltered? Spawner. I saw spawner. Shiny? Intestines good? No, I don't see anything I can craft with the intestines. Even if I need, it's gonna be so easy to get in the future, so I'm gonna throw it away for now. Next, you can slurp them like spaghetti or ramen, but they look bad. I don't think I want to eat them. Nuh-uh. Just a suggestion? There. big tree? Wait, never mind, you didn't see? Oh. Yep, there it is again. Okay. Oh, fucking shit. Alright. No fire. Okay. Fucking blobs just making me not able to see anything. Like, of course, when the abomination shows up, there's going to be like so many other things happening. Wow, look at that. There's suddenly 10,000 enemies around. Boop. Alright, gather up things. Oh, somehow I survived. We take those. I was almost certainly dead there. I got so lucky on so many occasions. Guk, fermented fish. But you ankle bited my way through it? Thank you. I wanted to mention I actually didn't mean to drink the poison resistance mead. I wanted to drink the other one. I wanted to drink the stamina one, but I drank the wrong one. still kind of worked out in the end though, so thank goodness. I mean, the rest of the stuff is just generic stuff, so we have root and lots of ancient bark actually. I would love to bring it back to the cart real quick. Maybe it's time that we go back to our base for now. Yeah. Alright. Got some good haul here. Did you know that in swamps in the US, trees that fall in the swamp can sometimes be preserved, and finding one is like finding a tree made of gold. Made of gold? So aren't people going to just like swamp the swamp because of that? Like, people are gonna get rich? The logs they have found are super rare and super expensive. Oh, so rude. Yep, here we are. They turn black with the chemicals in the swamp. They need to be preserved for hundreds of years. Oh! Isn't it like more the reason for them to explore the swamp more? Right. And swamps can't really be tamed. Yeah, their terrains and stuff, right? Like a very, very hazardous terrain. I think I can sort of put stuff randomly around now. Because I have the pull items from inventory thing. It's like 20 meters deep of mud and water and roots. Swamp, right? Yeah, so it is like the terrain problem. Also alligators. Oh, that one I didn't know of. Oh, so cheap? Sorry. Give me a second. It's getting dark. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'm back. Yes, I will munch them. Heck yeah, munch them. Munch enemy. Let's go get the rest of the stuff. Capitalist? I still don't know what capitalist means though. I mean, I do hear quite a bit of the word being thrown around. But me personally, I don't really know what that means. People in favor of capitalism. Maybe I should search out what capitalism means so that I would understand what that word means. Yeah. That's a shiny pile? Okay. Shiny. Oh. Hey, Juno Scout. Thanks for the head, man. Where do I put my arrows? I put them here, I remember. Yeah. Might as well just use the strongest one. Capitalism. Well, beauty cop. Wow. Hope you're doing good, Juno. It's the idea of commerce being free of intervention. So companies being free to do what they think is best for business. So something like Gen AI being profitable, but profit off of stealing other people's work. If that's basically like the meaning of capitalism, precisely. Oh fuck capitalism then. Holy shit. What the hell? Like no. I mean, making money at least have some basic decency. Right? It's the leading economic theory of our time. I mean, I can see why people just like so blinded by money, and everything revolves around money. I can kind of understand why, but still, sadly, some companies prefer to try to monopolize the idea by turning capitalism into corporatism, because corporations control the free markets. Whoa, that's so many words. Do you typically play Valheim solo? I typically play most games solo actually. Because I'm afraid of like bothering people with my shenanigans. But yeah, typically I play games solo. On a rare occasion I might play with friends. Yeah. But for Valheim, it's the first time me playing for this. Playing this long and not stopping. I mean, the world modifier definitely helps a lot with me wanting to play this game more, so... By the way, Smoke on the Wing... It's gonna beat me in Valheim? How would I beat Zeus though? I don't think there's a way for him to beat Zeus. Notoriously solo unfriendly. I heard a lot of that. I heard a lot of that as well. If it gets too much, then I'll probably stop. I don't know. Probably. Oh yeah, I can upgrade one. This. Make a player model even smaller so Zeus can see you. You'll be the ultimate toe biter. But do we want to fight each other in this game? I don't think I want to though. Is it possible? Oh no, Raggy fight. Yeah, I'm super small. I am proper kobold sized. So we upgraded the thing. We tried to make a stone cutter. Let's put all the weird stuff here. Sharpening stone, hearth, stone wall. Stone pillar, stone arch. Oh, stone cutter, of course. A whetstone wheel ready to spin. You can carry a gentle like a goody bulger you are. Would be nice, would be nice. I love that. Grinding wheel. Okay, so I need grinding wheels or something? Forge improvement? Whoa, okay. Forge level 6? Hell yeah. Oh, I need stone cutter nearby. So I can upgrade my house now? Kind of? The workbench for wood but stone? Oh. Can I, like, replace the floor? Oh no. That's kind of pain though. Yeah. I mean, I could do that, but... Yeah, I can dupe rocks, so it'll be a lot easier. I mean, I have a shit ton of rock. What did I ever do wrong to you, you little fuck? So, you're just destroying things here for whatever reason? Do I have to make a second base and abandon this one? I might have to. Bitch. Few hundred times the HP of wood? That is huge. You have to make a mix of stone and wood? Stone doesn't really like going horizontally. I'm not too sure what that means. I mean, I know what that means, but I also not too sure what that means. Doesn't it go horizontally? To the side? So I cannot build it. Huh? That's what you get, I said. Let's go sell some shiny. Or not. I should run far away from here. Bunch of assets. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. They are nothing if I'm well prepared like this. This is modded? Yeah. Nice, chef. This is modded. The model is modded. I have a mod that allows me to pull items from my containers when I'm trying to build, and also inventory mod. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and the regrowing tree mod. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Those are things really tricky. Barricades? Do I need barricades? New to the game? Heck yeah. Well, if you don't mind spoilers, if you are new, since I'm not too new, right? Okay. Usually people build walls around the whole base. Isn't that troublesome? Where you can just get out there and fight them, like hand-to-hand combat? I think I like that more. Raid spawns a certain distance from your building. Oh. You're in the mountains? I don't think you're new then. Should I make a new base? Oh. I don't know. It's your first run? Well, it is technically my first run as well. My previous mini runs is only until the first deer boss and I stopped. But now I'm playing it this far because this world modifier, something like that, yeah. And it definitely helps a lot. Nice to meet you too, heck yeah. Is something... 你阿妈几张回想怎样？我妈的，你真是一直打。Was it just me or is the grading? Are you defense station? I mean, the bees were taking them. Wait, wait a minute. Well. I mean. Yeah, exactly. It's the bee poison. Well. Let's get all the money, honey, real quick. And destroy all the being. There was a strat for grading raids. I should have known that earlier. But you're gonna need that much queen bee though. It's not much, but that could work. Oh yeah, root. What do I do with root? Root mask. Resistant versus poison. Damage modifier weak. weak against fire. Oh yeah. I mean, it's root. Improve archery. Helps you focus your bow skill. So I can make a full set of... Oh, there it is. But it's weak against fire. Am I going to wear root? I don't want to wear root. Wait, I have a shit ton of ooze. Is this like a granada? I can throw shit at people? Block, attack. Grenade. Oh, grenade! Iron will be the heavy armor. Oh. So they're... Oh, I'm wearing light armor then, right? Like, the loincloth, this, and this. How is light armor having, like, more armor than bronze? Grenade. 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 Get fucked. But to get root, I have to kill abomination. How? That's tough as balls. The only thing about that is that I'm like weak to fire, which is kind of concerning. I have to go find more abomination to kill. Oh my god. I mean, I would love to make that. Every region is a big step up from the last. True. Anyway, before anything though, let's go sell something real quick. I need to have more coin pile. Going to a region that has instant death. Alright, nice knowing you. I just had to do it for a bit. You're just gonna... Oh my god, can I look at it? Can I look at... Can I look at the chip art? Can I post it? Oh heck yeah! On Discord or on Blue Sky? I have a shit ton of charcoal now, so I don't think I need that much. Where I post it on Discord. If you want, you can post it on Art Share. That works. If you... I mean, I would consider a gator could be partly dragon as well, since, you know, scalies in general. Dragon simping corner works too. If you want, that is. I'm okay with either. Oh. I still haven't figured out how to use the food preparation and also the iron cooking station. I mean, I have one here and shit doesn't want to work. lit fire below. Oh.哦，切呀妈！一张好那么这样容易的东西，妈都没有看到你妈真是，哎呀，烦死人真是！来，最后一个 ，It's all good. Let me. 哦。Oh. Wait, did you just access my... Oh, you did! It just accessed my chest. The sacred serpent meat. Oh my god. I only cook one. I don't want to cook too much. I got so fucking lucky that I can punch a serpent to death. What did I do? Yeah, that's right. Don't come here, stupid. It takes a long time to cook. I mean, to be fair, it is serpent meat. Cooked serpent meat. What? I'm sorry, I didn't... Excuse me, 7023? Oh. Oh, sacred meat. Holy shit. And Kobo worship dragon meat. Fucking... I mean, serpent is kind of a dragon, right? Well, I just cook a dragon. Kind of. That's fucked up. I can't say that. Uh-oh, am I gonna piss people off? Well, here comes the comments. Oh shit. I'm gonna get cancelled. Goodbye everyone. Wooding? Huh? I think... I'm not gonna abandon this, but I kinda want to make... As much as this hurts me, I kinda want to make another base with stone. Do I want that? How do I do this? You want to add quote? Yeah, that, and then space, and then the quote. Should work. Or how about this? Kobo worships. Oh. Oh, that just dawned on me. Well, I mean, is that... You know what? Fuck it, that's normal. That's normal. I'm going to make a base there. You know what? I'm just gonna make a stone base for fun, right? So that I can alternate between the two bases. No more Kobo things, honestly. You know, I'm not even gonna deny that anymore. Yeah, it's normal. It's a normal Kobo things. Oh no! Oh, you know what would be good now? A card. Boom. So let's bring it there. What the heck? I mean, over here is kind of like flat. This part right here. Let's clean up here. I'm doing it just because stone structure looks pretty cool. You can make a big base with a big wall in the drawer picture. You can stand on the top of the wall and laugh at anyone who asks to enter. But the things that I interact with in this game, they don't talk. It's all grey dwarves. It's all grey dwarf, Draugr, leeches. I gotta mine you. Okay, maybe not. I gotta mine you again. That's right. Just cobalt things. Alluding to Monty Python? What's a Monty Python? The British sketch comedy group who made movies? Oh, old British sketch comedy. I don't know why I read that instead. This is plenty big enough. Does level ground means just make it as flat as possible? Question mark. I guess it looks pretty okay. What if I make a wooden house styled stone structure? I mean, 高脚屋, something like that. Start with stone pillar. Hell yeah, I could do that. It turns everything in the circle the same height as the crosshair. Oh, that's. Oh, yeah. I mean, it kind of is what I think it does, kind of. You need a workbench as well. 哎呀，麻烦真的是。Oh, I already have it. Okay. Wait, I need it. Ooh, there's a staircase? Okay. Why not, right? Let's make something cursed. I guess that's better? What? So... Stone structures are heavy as balls, right? Stone doesn't like going sideways? That's what that means? Wait. How do I start this? Oh. I guess we have to start from high ground. Whoa! Not even a little bit of like... So it needs to be like a very flat ground, question mark? Isn't that tough as fuck? Oh, I have an idea. Get out of here! I'm trying to do something, you fuck! My brain hurts and you keep harassing me. You're harassing me. I want to talk to the manager. You're harassing me. Oh, fuck. This is what you get, asshat. Yours looks like it's on fire. Gonna keep it warm. I mean, the game does want me to have like warmth and shit, so that's very understandable. You see what I'm trying? You see what I'm doing? Big brain? And then we keep putting the floor here. Because it's still the ground, I just need to have it a little bit elevated. Can you like... I didn't know it creates smoke particles like that. It's going to be a very weird structure, but it's a cobalt structure and I like it. Ayui. I think that's a good length to start with. It still counts on the floor. Okay, okay. Maybe if I can, like, do this. Paved road? Oh! That doesn't look that good. Ay. You can also select the floors on lower elevation. Oh yeah, that works. This one doesn't look that good. Yeah, I like when I put stairs here. Ta-da! Hey, change place. You need to be in the middle. And bam, perfect. Okay. Stone looking not too good actually. Right, let's transport some stones. I'm pretty sure I have like a shit ton of stone around here. Finally, I can use my rock. I heard something. Okay, that should be plenty enough. Alright, I want to make bigger. Bigger. This one. I mean, stone structure looking clean. And I like this a little bit more. Okay, okay. I'm motivated. Kind of. Kind of. let's do one more. I don't know if this hurts to look at, right? To those who knows how the how structuring works, I don't know if this is like painful to look at, but this looks okay to me so far. I mean, it's just the foundation currently. Or I think stone has a very strong foundation, right? I could make it like wide, and then if I want to elevate it, if I want to make more floors, I could use wood. Oh, that's why you say a combination of wood and stone, right? There's a challenge. Make a house completely made of dragon heads, no exception except the foundation. I wonder if I can use a dragon head as like a footing. I mean, I have a lot of fine wood. It's entirely possible, I feel like. Oh. I'm just gonna cover it with rocks. Now, I can make the second flooring entirely out of dragon heads. I think that could be possible. As a kobold, I'm willing to give it a try. Good enough, I guess. So, how do I start this? I think I could make like stairs that go upstairs. And then upstairs could be another floor completely covered by wood, I think. So I just need another I just need a lot of stone pillar at the ground. I can make like second floor, third floor around this area. So let's build walls first. Is that? I think that's it, question mark? I mean, it snaps like this. Okay, let's cover it up with walls first. How many types of snap do you have? Wait, what? Okay, that looks normal, I guess, but why does my brain don't agree to this? Oh my god, it hurts. Well, improvisation, I guess. It's gonna... Okay, how do I cover this up? Arch? Oh, holy, you cannot even go airborne for 1 second? You could put all this stuff in a tiny corner and have the rest of the area empty for activities? Yeah, I was thinking about that too. It looks a little weird, but it's fine. Yeah, I was like, something's wrong here. Something's a little fucky here. Right. They should snap outside, yeah, like this. And I need a pillar for this? If it works, I guess. 2, 1. Hell yeah. How tiny are you? I'm very tiny. I'm getting booped. Heck yeah. Oh, should they be grounded? I don't think that's gonna help a lot. Hi, Akko. No, we'll drink. Eat Akko. No doors? I guess I can use arch. So they cannot go airborne anywhere? If they go airborne even for just like a little bit, they're gonna like... Why are you green? Why is that red? Oh, to round the structure, right? Of course, I'm stupid, okay. How do I make a door? I don't need door. Yeah, I don't need door. What the heck? Just cover it up. And then hole in the middle. Good enough. So I want to make them this. So is this gonna break? No, okay. Am I on the stone? Holy shit. Oh, wowie, I am. Wow. I didn't touch it though. So EP, honestly, me too. I don't know why I slept so late last night. I just couldn't sleep, so I was just playing. I was playing this light for quite a bit, for the sake of like getting Niles, getting that hot dragon unit. I meant like resonance 5, so I just need one more Nile so that I can get like maximum resonance for the dragon. But I just cannot draw that. I cannot draw the hot dragon. I'm also EP, but from EP too long. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, I would assume that if I eat for too long, I should not feel EP at all, but my body says, oh, you sleep for too long, now you feel tired. It's like, hmm? I don't get it. I don't get it. $99. Hello. It's been too long since I've been here. How y'all doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Enjoying building some stone structures. Now that I've unlocked stone cutter. Body stupid. Yeah. Hope you're doing good yourself. Welcome in. Oh, it's nighttime. It's nighttime, they're gonna have so much enemy. Go EP first. Yeah. Green shoots turning downwards into the earth. Oh, you guys know each other? Heck yeah. Amazing. Uh-oh. Sorry. Hi, Lupon. I think I had the worst of HRT. Oh no. Like the side effects of HRT. It's good the worst is behind you. Oh. Okay. I want to make a high wall. So if I keep making them, they're still gonna get green, right? So if they go... So when stone structures go sideways, they go like... Oh no! Something like that? The physical worse anyway, I still have society to deal with. Aww. I mean, it's not much when I say this, but I sure hope you recover from it quickly. Since I still have not much of an idea on how HRT works and what the side effects are. So, I'm sorry if I do sound a little bit insensitive from this. It's a tough first year, that's for sure. Much easier closer to the second year, less painful. Oh. Is it like because of HRT, so a lot of like the physical deformation happening for the body, so that's why it hurts? Question mark? Would be my guess, I guess. I had to unfriend some people because they're transphobic. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I do eventually go through HRT, I have to unfriend a lot of friends. Yeah, I have to unfriend some friends as well, but I don't know. So far no like transphobia going on, so that's good. Because I mean, usually when that happens, I'll just like ban them outright for now. Being her location is gonna fucking hurt. I'm gonna lose so many friends over there. Yeah, true. Like, I don't know if my mid-school friends will support me over this, to be honest, so... I don't know, right? I don't know. Since being LG, like, the LGBTQ plus here is, like, so foreign, so alien. Adjusting the mental effect of the hormones is wrong. If you haven't had penile atrophy yet, that hurts a lot. At least, oh, oh no. I mean, both way looks the same to me. Oh, it's not exactly green anymore, right? Oh. It's green here, but it's yellow there. Oh. I've started HRT in April this year, but I haven't told anyone yet because my muscle atrophy isn't getting that bad because I work in pottery and clay is rather heavy. So you have the strength, the strength. I don't think I want to cover the roof up first. It's going to be a little pillar in the middle. Yeah, there's going to be a little pillar in the middle. Let's do second floor. Yeah. So how do we go up? Let's see. This is the first floor. So going in and then sideways go up. That doesn't work right. Yeah, so I need... What if I don't make this? Working out will hopefully keep much of the muscle mass. What if I use wooden ones? I mean, it's not as cool, but... fuck it. I'll find a way to make it work. That is... I think one more? Dang. And then let's make... Let's bring all the fine wood here. Oh. Wood pile. Okay, 3.5 stack. I'm going to cut so much oak tree. Just casually getting burned. It's fine. Huh. The Great Dwarf didn't chase me down? Okay, putting all the fine wood there for now. And I'm gonna cut a lot more actually. I wonder if this is gonna work. I hope it does. Alright, here comes my second floor. That might work actually. I mean, not the best looking, but... Ah, shit, I need workbench. Alright, come here. In the middle, okay. Making stairs of dragon heads? Actually making floors dragon heads. So do you... Oh, okay. Are you going up? You cannot. Toggle snapping options? I guess it's fine to keep going up. I mean, kinda works. Start wearing bras, my lips are filled with true shirt and sweater. Oh. I think, yeah, I mean, if that happens, wearing bra... Ow, should help. Didn't leak each other, exactly. Because this is stuck to the stone structure. This is so stupid, I love it. It's only a yellow, so we're good. Okay, let's add...
Yep.
Yep. Speedy Frog, hi. Is that Celeste? Oh my god. Celeste Evo? Oh my god. Welcome. Fellow Kobo. Oh, Kobo friend? Oh my god, welcome. It's always super duper nice to see another Kobo friend. Alright, formation lick butt is a go. Oh fuck, alright. Alright, trees. Get ready to get cut. Give me your fine wood. I need to make a floor of dragon head. Kobolds are rare as fuck. I know, right? That, and also it's never enough kobolds out there. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. And give me that pine wood. Music gun? Oh. It's not gun, okay. I've hanging for full growth. What you can handle it, make sure your E levels frequently check every 3 months to a stable too and get between them. Anyway. Like, I'm just trying to cut trees. It does mean I have to grow more acorns, right? More oak trees for the fine wood. What? Can I build things on top actually? Let's say I need a workbench. It doesn't look like I can. Oh no! I cannot make it. I cannot build on top. Well, the second floor is going to be for decorations purpose only, alright? Maybe I should have licked them at the top left corner, so that they don't keep falling down, question mark? Also, I realized you had the same like ram horns as you. Something about curved horns is really heckin' good. I love curved horns. Yeah, good stuff. Oh my god, I need so much fine wood. So too, if you have any question about... Oh yeah. EV is like the expert, I would say. Even though I haven't asked much, but I will always keep in mind that whenever I have questions, I would definitely ask Evie about it. Right, let's grab the cultivator. I don't even care if it's like nighttime, like fuck it. X. I'm sheltered? Heck yeah. Can I cut trees? I want to cut trees. Wait, I have an idea. Since currently I have too much wood, oh wait, that's fine wood. Temporarily put wood stacks here for now. Y'all beans? Same to you, Speedy Frog. Especially now that you are a Kobold friend. Certified. Always makes me giddy when I meet other fellow Kobold friends. That should help. Soap to diet sugar-free energy drink. The Hunter's Pro actually was cutting back on soda energy drink. Something... I mean, I drink soda? I drink soda, but I don't really drink energy drinks since I can't really have them. I'm gonna put fine wood here. Operation Get Infinite Fine Wood. I drink energy drink tonight instead of sleep. Oh no. Is there more? Oh no, that's... Get out of here. It's negative, negative. The sun in general is not as good as water, but I have to research. Oh. Okay. Oh my god, it's raining wood. It's raining wood. 呀妈，几张好，你们真的是没有没时间咯，你们真的是。This is the only thing it's missing. If you want to be soy mix, soy milk, tofu. I'm reading chat, you fuck. What? There we go. I guess the Grey Dwarf says fuck that beehive in particular. Aduh, nak ngamai. Susah saya mau bagi dia. Aha. Guess I'm getting more oak trees now. I can't. I cannot do anything. Panic Kobo noises. I can yip. Look at my horde pile. I love my horde pile. Nothing good in the mixes and only a king. Hope that's enough space. Oh, nice. I needed that. Chinese? I think I have quite a bit of shiny, I think. What I have is oh, I have a gold pile bid. Yeah, gold pile bid. My bed. I can sit on bear too. Shiny bed. Whoa. Avocado Iki? And my shiny my shiny stack are here. Well, I sold most of them so that I can have coin piles. Wish I can have more. That's why we need to delve in dungeon more. Gimme? I can share, I think. But it's my shiny though. Eh. We can bite shiny together, I think. Does this work? Kind of. No, break the support. No. No. Currently sleeping on the dragon horn. Oh, so good. Never eaten anything soy before. I guess I just started working at a local grocery store and the entire stock was soy products because I want the boobies. I don't want to break the support. Is this good enough? No, I need more Tekken. I need to make my dream come true. Need more Tekken. It's time to get more fine wood. I have more acorn? Just a cup of soy milk a day is good. Also, they get your sushi stone for lunch and get some crispy fried tofu curry rice. It's always so funny to me that the first hit that I mine things with, it's always so loud. Alright, more oak trees, because why not? Oh, don't want to be too close. Oh, healthy, okay. The pushback. Do it again. Do it again. What the hell? What's with the pushback? Do it again. Holy shit, I'm bullying the thing. I love it. Finally, I can bully things. And cut them all. Scramble is fine, omelets are fine. I've been pet by a couple. Oh my god. Heck yeah. What if I cut them all down? And then what if they regrow? Wait, I should try that. That's gonna be fun to see. Yeah, destroy. Yeah, destroy. Get them all down. Hell yeah. More Kobo pets? I won. Never enough. Wood cutting? I'm just gonna cut them all first. Oh my, hey. I've been picked. Anyway, I must go along because my head is full of many things and confused. It's not related to this question. Onto this conversation. Whoa. Oh wait, I think it's just because of this. Ah, crap. Have good luck, Chip. And also rest well. I don't think it's this rock this time. Yeah. Bop. I gonna make a wood stack on top of a wood stack? Oh. You make a shelf and then place wood on that? I could place like a roof. A roof and I can put things on top. That would work. No scenes give me full sign probably yep and nonsense. It's okay. All good. No worries. I mean I'm yapping nonsense most of the time as well, so it is all good. Oh yeah. Like time zone is wild too. Like there's so many streamer friends that I want to look at, but then time zone is like, oh, they stream and then you have to go EP. It's like, oh no. Like most of my favorite streamer starts at like 2 AM or some sort for me. You know, being in like time zone, but it's a common thing to do. I know, right? We just yapping. I think this many wood is kind of making the game laggy. Make sure you transfer unless they can save the all of us that we require. I think I am too. Maybe I'm not doing a very good job. maybe. But I definitely am trying as well. Since especially being in Malaysia, it's also kind of hard because I have like zero knowledge on LGBTQ plus things, and it's like I want to do it. I want to be friendly towards like the community, but I also like it's really hard for me to be knowledgeable. So it's like give wood. We're here to help with that. Oh, I really appreciate that. You don't need to be knowledgeable, just welcoming. On that regard, at least I feel like I'm trying my best to be. I'm Pen. I don't really do much for the community, but obviously I'm trans and like, heck yeah. Again. No, it's the trolls. Oh, GG. Alright, you fuck ass. Come here. Of course you both fucking have weapons and shit. Ow! Electrosis hair removal hacking kills. When you get to that part, brace yourself. Was always an ally even before I knew I was bi or trans or damage. Okay, don't. 抹支抹緊井先。 There goes my house, I guess. Staggered them, what the hell? Wait, need more stamina. The next thing is not gonna hit me. Did the other one ran away because it was the end of the raid? These house raids are the worst part of the game. I think house raids are fine, but when it comes to two trolls with huge lock as weapons and there's like stamina cap on everything, it's like trolls are a one-on-one enemy. And then if they decide to make it like a 2-on-1 enemy for troll, well, troll always wins. Because if you dodge one, you cannot dodge the other one. So which in turn makes fighting them a sure death. That's not a raid. That's a kill, right? That's like the game saying that, oh, you know, a raid usually means that it's something that I can defend myself against, right? But that two trolls with weapons together, that's not a raid. That's just death sentence right there. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. If that's the raid that I'm going, if that's a raid that the game refers to, or like the game thinks that that's a raid, I'm just gonna disable raid entirely. Like that's just that's a dumb raid. I don't need to cut more. Oh, I thought that's a truck. A little bit unrelated, but whenever Celeste is mentioned, I don't know, I cannot help but feel that Celeste is so precious. Might be weird for me, but it's just kind of how I feel. I'm so insanely hairy they need like a planet-killing laser Death Star for real. I don't think I'm hairy, so I guess I'm lucky on that regard. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna need a roof, huh? I kinda want to make another floor though. I think from this point onward, let's make a wooden... Okay, let's make this first. So this is cute, pretty. She's canonically shorter than me at Kobo. Oh! I have zero body hair too, besides the obvious places. Yeah, true. Like, there are some places that's meant to have, what kind of meant to have? Hair? I think I should do... Yeah, I think this is better. In the fuck's name? Really? Yeah. Oh, I guess that doesn't count as... Yeah... I have an idea for this one. I just wanna do it like this. It's not exactly the best way of doing it, but I don't want it to go like too high up. Yep. Heckin' yep. Oh. Oh. I should start like this. Yeah, I should remake some. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, let's remake some here. Actually, I'm gonna remake all, so... Like, this is not perfect, but for Kobo, I think this is perfect. Yeah, that looks better actually. So let's aim at the tallest part so that they don't go down. What? For Kobo having a roof made of dragon is peak? I know, right? Actually, this is not a roof. This is just like the second floor, quote unquote. Since for stone structures, to my understanding, they behave like a, let's say that's yellow, right? So if I put here, it's blue. So for wooden structure, on the stone structure the stone structure is a foundation, so I can technically make a more higher up floor. So yeah, I'm very excited to do more. Let's change this one. Oh. Huh, I didn't know wood can behave that way. Oh, let me grab them. There we go. Let's destroy these. Oh, fire. Crystal? Almost tired of it. Knowing my really do that to see my boyfriend all the time. Whales small? I don't have I never been in any like relationships before. I just feel like I don't know, I feel like I'm not a person that's good enough to have a relationship. And I'm also not like financially well enough to have a relationship. Something like that. I mean, no fire, so we're good. Oh, these are too close together. I mean, I didn't see them, that's why. This hard part. The biggest thing with a relationship is that you should be able to love yourself before you love someone else. Oh, it's so tough. I don't think I can love myself that easily. I mean, every time I look at every time I look at myself in the mirror, it's just like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm sure you'll find a guy gal for you. It sounds silly, but sometimes they just happen to appear. I believe that. Consider from when I said that one. It's true. I need to learn to love myself, but it's just so difficult most of the time. Let me just be a terrible partner. I feel the same way too. No one should deal with me. Yes, same. Oh yeah, I killed a troll, that's why I have money. Get peaked. Horde pile. Never know, sometimes the right person right appears to help you along the things needed. Transition slowly may help. Yeah. I mean, there are a few friends of mine in Malaysia that started their HRT in secret. Two person that I know that has started their HRT journey. It has been going well. Yes, me keeps not actually feel emotions. I thought I loved people in the past, but I didn't really. Feeling emotions have been so damn much. It's so good to actually have a girly cry. Oh god, I'm so much more stable and less irritable without that testosterone. I think this looks more orderly, right? It just really opens up the flows, floodgates, and feelings. I think I definitely need that. What time is it now? What? No one told me it's 7:30 p.m. Oh no, it's happening again. It's happening again. Oh no, I want to play more. Oh. It's really hard for me to believe that there's a person out there that fits me. I'm sure they're fine. 7:30 p.m. a mistake with feminines. No, I mean 7:30 p.m. here is like GMT plus 8 since I'm in Malaysia and stuff. Unless you're also in Malaysia. Or not Malaysia, but in the GMT plus 8 time zone. You find them when least expected. They should always be unexpected. That's the best way. I'm doing a 2 brain cell Kobo bit. 11:28 a.m. Oh, time zone weird, right? Time zone weird. Okay, some changes need to be done here, right? So. It's okay, let's make this one first. Maybe have them lick this. Yeah. Green, green. I think they're green because of this. So I don't think I want to change too much here. Let's add one here, and then let's keep adding. I think it could be possibly because I'm building from bottom to top, or I'm looking from bottom to top, and that's why the dragon statues are kind of like going down slowly. Maybe. I live on here in the literal middle of nowhere and the internet helps. More people on Twitch. Yeah, I don't do that as much as well. I'm like very quiet on Twitch. Other than when I'm streaming. But yeah. The bouncing DVD logo? Ooh, I always love looking at that. I get like 1 DM per day on average, and most of the time it's someone asking me for Mario World code. Oh. I should DM Brecky more. Just you don't mind if I just send stickers to you, right? I mean, I would love to send stickers to Brecky. Even then we interact with each other, given shared interest, which is actually more likely than you think to find another. Need a Kobo chat? I don't know if Dragon Simping Corner counts as a Kobo chat, but I have a Dragon Simping Corner in my Discord. Yeah, plug my Discord, holy shit. Wise person taught me to look for someone you would like spending time with, first of all someone you shared kings. Oh, most of the time I try to reach out to people, I just get ignored. Most of the time I get ignored too. So yeah, I get that. It's tough. It's even harder when I'm always this. I'm kind of a. I would say that I'm kind of a boring person in general. So yeah. Because I feel like this is my speculation though, right? Whenever I'm on Twitch, whenever I'm on Twitch, and then I see there's so many interesting people interacting with so many people, right? And then there's just me, right? And then there's just me doing my own thing, not really doing much here. Pretty sure we all think we're boring ourselves. To me, I think that's true, yeah. You're a Kobo, you immediately boring. Hey, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. You have cute socks plus 1 to interest. Hell yeah, cute socks. We love cute socks. I need to get one for myself, honestly. But it's gonna be like hard for me to wear it too since I'm so thick. I only share the stuff I work on a lot, but no one I know cares about the stuff I do. I do genuinely care about Brecky art though. It always makes me super happy to look at Brecky's art. 60 horn plus 4. Okay, for that, you're welcome to grab my horn any day. Oh shit. Oh, the ROM hacking stuff. I did see you working on your river stages, right? And then I saw Muffin in there. It's like, oh shit. I was looking and I saw Muffin flying around. It's like, oh my god. I think that's impressive as heck. I actually started to try passing. Ram horns plus 5. Valid. Whoa. And curved horns is just that amazing. Amaz. Brecky's cute. Wood pet? 100% me too. For that cute dragon. Look at that cute dragon. Look at the heckin' cute dragon. Oh my goodness. People keep saying that, but as soon as fun people go live, everyone goes there and actually talks. Yeah, I get that a lot. It's like I mean, I just gonna, for the record, I'm definitely okay with them like choosing who to look at, right? I'm totally okay with that. But sometimes when I look at some people that I know, right, it's like, it's a little bit of a feeling, but it doesn't really make me feel like, oh, good, right? No, I don't feel like that. It's just like, yeah, it's totally valid, right? It's super duper valid. So watch whoever you enjoy the most, right? Don't let me stop you looking at the people that you enjoy the most, right? I'm only ranting a little bit. Still, whoever you look at, it is 100% valid, 200% valid, and 300% enjoy yourself. Something like that. English hard. Okay. 你说我可以讲华语吗？我觉得我讲华语好像比较容易耶。But anyway, stuff like that, right? I totally get what Brecky is saying as well. Cut the tree. Oh, don't cut the stump. Ding. And Kobo with big X. I just always feel like I'm the fifth wheel on the car everywhere I am, and that's a me problem. I think that's like the feeling of being the secondary choice all the time, right? I think I had a bit of a rant about that a few weeks back, I think. And yeah, I totally know how you feel. If that's the meaning that I thought of. Yeah? Yeah. God, I know that feeling all too much. Also, thank you, Nina. I read that, but then I don't know why I didn't I didn't react to it. I was like thinking of something else. Appreciate that. Those really mean a lot to me. Chase too wholesome. Putting you all in timeout corner so we can hug. I think in another time I would have been trans, but being a guy for me at least is cool. If you feel like being yourself is cool, then hell yeah, more power to you, right? That's amazing. Did you know that my unarmed damage is at level 40 something? First interaction with a Chaser the other day. Chaser? It's definitely okay to be cis. Yeah, those clothes are cute, but I feel odd wearing them. I don't know how to describe it really. Societal expectations? Yeah. Like me being a biologically male, and since I'm the only male in the family as well, people expect a lot from me. like a shit ton, especially my family. It's like, sometimes it can get quite overwhelming, not gonna lie. And currently on Twitch is like my personal safe space that I can be however I want. I can be truly myself. It's nice. I'm not so sure if I had the same idea as you. Why is a chaser? The kind of person who likes someone because they are trans. Oh. So they only like people because they are trans, not because they like them. I have a Discord server. If you want to join, definitely. We have Dragon Simping Corner over there. Essentially, it's a channel where we share a bunch of dragon stuff. Honestly, not just dragons though, like just reptilians in general. It's nice. But I also announced my stream stuff over there. Sounds like fun to you? Heck yeah. Good to know. Here, let me... I think, yeah, it's this one. Ooh. The Discord, not chasers. Oh. Yeah. I think I've only encountered someone once that was curious and asked me about it all. Oh. I'm gonna get smushed by that log. I didn't see that. Alright, let's cut this one first. Okay, we good. It's safe by Brekkie. I should probably go get food actually. This Kobo is getting super hungry. You joined? Heck yeah, thank you. I'll give you the roll after. Oh, actually I'll give you the roll now. This one... this one. Okay. Done. Yeah, I'm small, so tree is big. The one guy in the supermarket, he saw me in the aisle and got so excited. So he came and was checking out and asked me if I was done already, and they introduced themselves with my dead name. I'm like, oh god, no. Using that name is like, oh, like at least respect people's new name, you know, like people use that, like people want to use that name for a reason, so yeah, no. Although to me currently, right, I know I'm... Oh, that was his name. Oh, oops, my bad. I take everything back. One reason why I wanted to move so many people know you is if I think this gonna guess I use my Sona's name. I think it's in... Here, let me help you find it. I think I know where it is. Oh, they changed it. Oh, Discord looks so different now. Oh no! Why does it look so different? Wait, I think it's in my server setting? Oh, there's a edit per server profile if you click on my server's name, question mark? Here, let me... I think I saw it here. Yeah, and I think it's this one. I think you got it. Oh heck yeah, heck yeah. Oh god, it was like 50. I'm just not interested in the slightest. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit scary. I would run away. Ash Kobo? Heck yeah. We love kobolds. I'm looking forward to the new laws in Australia. As of Monday, we need ID to use social media, including YouTube. Oh no, what the fuck? That's so fucked up. In the way for last thousand of years and gained weight from depression, people forgot me. Very few recognize me nowadays, even less so now that I'm thin. My high school friend on the bus one day, he didn't even recognize me at all. I mean, my case of like, I think I can share like my experience, right? Just a tiny bit. Like, on my case, my case is only on Twitch though, right? So it's a little bit different. So I have my Twitch name, Tiora. Only a small portion of people know me as Tiora, like my real life friends. Oh, and Twitch. Oh. Right, so a lot of people know me as Droxen, right? Most actually. Celeste, oh my god. Wait, Celeste. Oh no. It's 7:48 p.m. Oh my god, Dragon. Kobo? Dragon? Dragon Boy Cass. Hi. Kobo. Oh my god, Tekken. I love Tekken. Hi Celeste. Hi Tekken. What were you doing? Oh, you did that. My bad. It's okay. Hit that follow button. Yeah, follow Celeste. Celeste amazing. I'm moving in the morning, so I've got to go. Oh, pick up last minute stuff. Of course, of course.
Hello. And
Good luck with moving, Celeste. Thanks for raiding. Thanks for raiding. Go get that moving done. Also, thanks for the follow, Dragon Boy. Kaz, I've been licked. Oh no. Oh my god, being licked by another couple. Okay, look, Dragon Boy doesn't look like a couple. I don't think you are. I like Tekken. Anyway, welcome in, Raidens. I'm Tiora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. I'm just sort of chilling a little bit with Valheim here, trying to build a stone base for no reason. And I'm currently trying to make a flooring or make a roof entirely out of dragon heads. I can show you what I have so far. Where's my house? Oh, I actually don't know where my house is. Do I want to be the Kobo? Yeah, get converted. Get converted. It's working. We can have more Kobo. It's working. There. So this is what I have so far. I forgot to close the door. It's this one, and I need to add another one. There, that should be good. Just be small. Small is best. A V small. Still wanna be a cat with feathers though. You're in dragon handing. So this is what I have so far. I've been trying to get as much firewood as I can, and yeah. So think of this as a dragon licking each other. Gosh, I wish that was me. Yeah, dragon licking. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Don't I have more firewood? Oh yeah, I do. Holy shit, I have a little firewood. Let's do it. This has to make everything. Yeah. Oh no, I mean no. No. Me? I'm so pure. I'm just a little Kobo, yeah? I just want. It's okay. Look. It's just me being hungry, okay? And hungry. You're an independent bull who don't need no dirt, right? No, I need 10 dirks in me. Huh? You guys didn't hear anything. It's okay. You guys didn't hear that. Gonna start winding down for the night. We have an early start tomorrow because we have a steam train right in the city. Ooh, steam train! I don't think I ever seen steam train in real life. I don't think it's a thing in Malaysia, I think, question mark? Possibly, maybe? Not too sure, actually. Sky looks cool in this game? Yeah. This game actually looks really good. And what's even more surprising is that this game is only 1 gigabyte. About 2 gigabytes. In this Malaysia, they have huge engines. Oh wait, I think it's KTM. I think KTM has a. Yeah, I think it's KTM. I forgot KTM is a thing. I mean, Miri don't have any like public transportations. Are they destroying my structure? Are the grey dwarfs being an asshat right now? They're bullying a kobold. Mushroom Girl? Yeah. I love Mario Kart music. Especially the Wii version. I used to play the Wii version of Mario Kart so much, and I love motion controls. Out of the blue, but mom knows what Pet Dragon is? Huh. That's... Isn't that a tad bit concerning? I still have my Wii and still play it? Oh my god, heck yeah! Mario Kart Wii is so amazing, honestly. My Wii doesn't work anymore, sadly. It's been like there's too many dust, and then when I try to open it up, it just doesn't work anymore, which is very unfortunate. Mushroom Grotto is so good. Koopa Cape is also really good. 2 spare consoles, but only the plugs for 1. Oh. remember playing it for the first time on Mushroom Grotto, and then everyone just drops at the mushroom section saying, oh no. No, no. It's so difficult, but it's so fun. This one goes up, but I think it's fine. Is this going to be like... I'm out of fine wood! This crafting station need a roof. Well, you're gonna get a roof soon. We still have a lot of rocks, right? Let's make this higher. I'm gonna build for a little bit longer. Time for some upgrade. Years of my life spent to get 3 stars on every map and to unlock all the cards? Crazy. I don't think I did that. Towards the end I just sort of play the maps that I enjoy playing, and that's pretty much it. Chat, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry that I can have 10 dragons in... I need to stop doing that. Okay, look, what's wrong with having 10 dragons inside me, right? I think that's fine. You know what? I think... Oi, oi. Whoa. Solo, you heard that? Actually, you didn't hear anything. Hiya! Heal more, stupid. Ah. Did they heard that? It's okay. Actually, you didn't hear anything.
Hello, and welcome.
Yeah. Burnoy. Burnoy. Sorry if I butcher your name, but thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. No worries, heck yeah. And now just doing the really short map no one likes a bunch, the one with falling walls and the rules. Fully mastered that map rule. Oh. Gonna head out, I'll try to catch you again soon. Of course, take care of yourselves. Thanks for hanging around. I think I have to go get food as well. I am like extremely hungry. Wow. Enjoy food, thank you. Enjoy your day too. So might say, what am I doing? To that I say, I don't know. This is my building adventures, right? Usually I just like build random shits, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then I'll make it work. Then I'll make it work easy. On the coincidence, I was just thinking about getting back into Vine and browsing all the mods, and I end up raiding into a Vine stream. Ooh. The coincidence. I have been playing Valheim for the past week. Yeah. And I started playing this because there's this world modifier where the game allows me to have like 3 times the resources and able to not drop not drop everything on death, and I think that's pretty good. I'm out of stone. Are you fucking serious? I just need Alright, let me go get some stone. Don't bite the other Kobo. No. Yeah, no. But you're tasty. Wait a minute. No eat Kobo. That should be enough, because I think the rest of the structures I'm probably gonna just use mostly wood, some stone pillar, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need more foundation here, but I think the foundation is already strong enough. Watch the big Kobo jump. Yeah. Okay. So with this, what I learned is that stone doesn't like airborne. So if I add one more, it's gonna break, right? It doesn't? Whoa, heck, okay. Guess I'll need more stones. Look how tasty it is, so yum. No. I will continue making this tomorrow. I'm actually very hungry. Wait, I need food. Although before, oh my god, Jesus fuck. Why did it all play at once? Anyway, this is my secondary. I want to build that. Welcome to my burning house. We have wooden heated flooring. We have bonfire. We have random beehive. We have dragon. We have Baron. We have things. We have stairs that leads to shiny. We have more things. And we have making things. 喂，不要找我玩 CS 啊，找什么鬼？我还没有玩了，你找我玩 CS 是不是？Anyway, don't worry about it. But that was on me. Anyway, more things, right? This is things that shits out shiny, I think. Well, black thing, black rock. And this one spits out shiny, but I don't have those anymore. Something like that. We have OSHA violations with fire hazard. Oh my god. And we have a surprising amount of bones. I still don't know how to use this. Oi. Let me reply them real quick. 我还没有Okay, I replied them. Yeah, something like that. That's kind of my house there. And that one is just I kind of want to make a stone structure because today I unlocked the stone cutter thing. Okay. Oh yeah, we have fermenting room. and constantly breaking staircase. So we have the Stinky. When the Stinky is done, they become water. They become water that I can drink. Discord noises picking up. No, those are my Steam noises. My mid-school friends are finding me to play Counter-Strike. I was like, no, I'm not done yet. But yeah, that's kind of the house that I have. Yep. Sorry about that. Yeah. This is the Kobo house, and oh yeah, I just made this. Don't worry about it. I'm just small. Yeah. I'm just small. I'm a small couple. I think I have to stop here because I'm very hungry. Oh yeah, can't forget about the most important thing. My hoard pile. This is, well, Kobo junkies, I would say. Where I just throw away the things I don't need. But I also don't want to throw them away entirely. So I just keep them here. My hoard pile. I love them. Oh, fuck. There we go. House tour. Oh yeah, my coin pile, my shiny pile. I wish I could sleep on that, but I cannot. I have to sleep on the bed. So this is the best I could do. So yeah. Tomorrow I'll continue making that. I think it's almost done. Just gonna need a lot more. Just gonna need a few more floors up, and I can make a technically second floor. Right? I say technically because I would say this is the first floor. Even though I cannot craft anything, or I cannot actually put anything here, right? Let's see if I want to put any of these like structures. I cannot. Wait, but I can. Oh yeah, I can put furniture. I can put furniture, just not like things that are functional. I'm pretty sure I cannot put them there. So technically, first floor. Sorry, I take everything back. Apparently, I can put workbench here. Okay, maybe this is a. Maybe. Oh my god, I can. Well, that changes everything. I know what to do tomorrow, but for now, this Kobo gonna get some rest, and this Kobo gonna go get some food. So let's save here. Oh gosh, it's like 8 p.m. I think. Well, it's 8 p.m. It's happening again. I cannot believe it. It's happening again. Hi.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep. Gonna do the heckin' yip. See that they're like the fucking CS law. Oh. Alright, anyway. Let me go find a right target. I don't know why Firebot does that. We raided Salo yesterday. Oh, Dido is still streaming. Bye, Kelsey. Whoa, wait, I get to raid Dido? Do I raid Dido? I kinda want to raid Dido. Oh, even though I never raided them before. I'm a hand of see you later, fellow couple. Of course. Thanks for hanging around, and night night, Ixon. Omega Tekken. Alright, I'm just gonna plug my things real quick. I plugged my Discord, so I'll skip that. I do have a Discord channel if you fancy that. But I have a coffee. And coffee helps, coffee nice. I have a monthly membership thing, right? As low as $1, yeah, $1 per month. That helps a lot, right? Something like that. Appreciate it, right? And I have a, I'm just gonna plug, right? I have a Discord channel. Boom, Discord channel. We have Dragon Simping Corner. I announce my stream stuff over there as well. So something like that. Just gonna skip through everything because I'm so hungry and I don't know how to talk anymore. I don't know how to talk anymore. No. But I think that's pretty much it. And let me get the rate message. Dither is Dragon, I think. So we can definitely ask for uppies. But of course with this, right? You guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4 since if we don't want to flood the chat box too much. I'm feeling a little bit nervous rating Dither since Dither is Dither is a partner streamer though. Oh no. My brain, I'm getting anxious again. Bye, Brecky. I almost pressed the stop streaming button for whatever reason. Okay, that's a rate message, so let me type in a rate to Dither. There we go. Right, that should be it. I'm ready to rate, but still, before the rate, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Dither. Yeah. Never raided Dither before. I'm a little bit anxious. Safira, oh my god, thanks for the heck pet. Heck yeah. I've been vibing with this Mario Kart music, even though I've been looping the playlist for I think 3 times now. It's still so good though. I'm gonna do I? I'm gonna press the raid now button because I'm very hungry. So tomorrow I'll play more Valheim. Heck yeah. Appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much, right? Take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all. I've been sleeping and lurking. Ooh, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I do hope you have a good EP. I haven't pressed the rain up button though. Thank you. Alright, I'll rate now. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all. Mwah.